Happy Saturday, everyone, and welcome to April. Hopefully, your April Fool's Days were relatively tame, unless you're going for some jokes, and I hope they were good ones. We are, of course, starting off with our usual Saturday affair. As I said, I did some grinding to get our chosen friend a bit caught up. Well, a little further ahead. I completely forgot if he was a middle C Dramon in last stream, but we'll leave him as one for now for this stream. I do have him in place to evolve him if it is needed. He's in position, as you can tell there. But, you know, we'll see how things go out. So, it also gives us a nice spread of all three types, so I don't mind keeping him like this for a little bit. So, as everyone may recall, last time we dealt with the whole situation of the... Well, we crossed with the main plot again, and now we're in that sort of post-laser world, I guess is what we could call it, where Digimon and stuff are all over the place. So we're following up with that. The world has opened up a fair bit. I actually did my leveling over in the Kamishiro building, as one probably would not be surprised by. Sure, we'll go with that one. As always, we're changing our outfit first. Make sure we're good and ready. And did we take a mission, or are we... Because I forgot that part. Because, you know, I'm paying attention. No current cases. Probably have some now, actually. I think it's where we left off, I think. So let's check our message board, see if we got some. There we go, yeah. So let's start off with something, something basic. Let's get our blood pumping with some basic combat with the dinosaurists. Again, you know, Ryuji's gone rogue with his new Digimon, which is causing problems. Chitose is not doing well. Oh, I know what we can bring. So, we saved a Tokemon by giving the medicine. And so now we have Lilymon to assist us. So let's take Lilymon. Now that's an annoying one. Let's go punch some dinosaurs, I guess. Here you go, stay here. There we go. And gotta go punch some dinosaurs. So, a little fun thing I may want to show off later. So, as everyone knows, I have my little alerts set up in the Cloud Store, where you can pay punnies that you get from just watching and then joining in the chat, and you can use them to spend for like little fun, fun little funds. Fun little alerts kind of grab my attention and just kind of be goofy. So one of the most basic ones I made was the the attention grabber, the 50 punny, relatively low one, easy to get. And because of like, hey, I can't have highlight a message and stuff in place because I'm not that far into it yet. I wasn't sure what to do with it, so I kind of went with a basic Navi, hey listen, because basic functionality is there. But more recently I came across something that kind of amused me, and I decided to replace Navi with that instead. The command is still the same, so if people wanted to use it, they don't have to try to learn a new command. Cost is the same. In fact, I actually increased the punny count you get. You get basically 10 times as many punnies every 5 minutes now. If you are... Okay, I don't need to turn it on. Never mind. Participating in the chat. So, like, if you're actually talking, hanging out, interacting with me, asking questions, taking part in the trivias, you'll be getting basically 10 times as many punnies as someone who's just, chilling out and watching. So, everyone's gonna get something for showing up. Just, actively being around, actively interacting, hanging out, chatting. You're gonna get rewarded more. Primarily because, and I think this is the thing I've noticed very frequently, is I think I work better when I have people to bounce off of. And I don't have, like, a chat, but, like, a co-com. Though if folks want to, play around with that, that's always something I could try to do. But, having chat buddies and, rewarding them for coming in and interacting and, hanging out with me seems like a win-win for everyone involved. So, yeah. I may still tweak with the how many punnies you get. But, again, I don't have any thriving punny economy going, unfortunately, so I can't really use that to kind of evaluate how much to set prices at. But hopefully it's something we can figure out over time. See what works, see what doesn't, roll with it as we are wont to do. Is this the last one? I feel like it is. Oh, one more. Oh, it's right here. That makes things a lot easier. So we can actually hop up here, heal up, and then head for the boss. I actually was waffling whether I should just redeem it just to show it off on stream, but I'm still waffling. Maybe later. For now, we should probably just focus on the plot here. Well, not so much plot, it is the side mission, and then all the side missions that follow, and then we'll get to the plot. A little bit more roundabout way of going about it. Yeah, once we are done here, we go off with here and those side quests. So I think we are looking for... Probably go back to trying to find out where Ryuji ran off to. Just remember, he's gone rogue. But for now, we got ourselves a dino punch. Oh, we also went over 200 hours. I think we were actually hit 200 hours in our last stream, so... Well, at least overall 200 hours between my my previous runs, and then this second run, hard mode, new game plus run through that we have been streaming. So, hooray for that! Oh right, I forgot it was these two. This could be an experience. I think you're a healer type. Or nothing else, you guys hit really hard. As pictured. Ow! This will work. Thank you. Do you mind? Dealing with this literal house. Oh, I'll take that. Yes. I mean, that hurts, I guess, but still much better than that. Please stop blowing up Elvis. Oh! That did not last nearly as long as I thought it would. Nice. Hit on healer duty. I don't know what buff you keep getting. Oh, I think you're just getting sped up. That's why you're getting the axe so often. So we need to get rid of him just for turn economy. Jeez Louise. Slow down. We almost have one down. If I knew Dot lasted so little, like at least for the enemy, I would have focused attack on him. This is definitely more manageable now, though. Add to the lasers. This'll work. Yeah, I think we can sustain pretty well right here. Now we don't have someone, you know, taking 3 turns for every one. See how this works. Oh yeah, that's not gonna give us much. But it's something. Also, I did pick up the game that I was planning to stream for tomorrow, so that's going to be fun. This game I've kind of had some interest in, but I have not seen, so it's, once again, it's going to be a blind playthrough. Kind of like what it was with Fate Tactics. But the game has some good reviews. I like keeping them alive. We're an anime protagonist. And I don't know if I've mentioned those, but those are foodstuffs that you can give Digimon while on the farm. And that will raise their stats to a certain amount. Thanks, Kith. There's that one down. Spirit, Fox, and Girl, Gluttonous Case, or we'll just go down the line now. Missing people, huh? It sounds important. It definitely sounds worrisome. Yeah. We obviously know Digimon aren't all bad, but a lot of them could be lost and confused and lashing out at whoever's around. Getting themselves and others hurt, so definitely something we want to fix. First floor. You. Who's the one I'm talking to? Probably over here. I'm thinking that. No? You? Oh, there you go. The one standing over here with the marker over their head. To be fair, I like to avoid meetings, so I couldn't blame him. Obviously, something more than that, but I just wanted to complain about meetings. We have a lot of meetings where I work, and just, like, people sometimes feel too gung-ho to just set up more meetings. Like, oh, are you stuck? Let's have a meeting with this, you know, to talk about it. It's like, no, I just have a question. Can you please, you know, we take, you know, 5 seconds in this meeting to avoid having another half-hour meeting where I get to ask this question. So I've made it a practice to try to avoid unnecessary meetings at work. She's a swamp nurse. You can tap her for black mana. I don't like the sound of that. Hello. Here. Nurse up here. Hello. Last room on the left, you say? So that'd be that one. We can't go into this one, so... Woo. Oh, hey, shiny. Ah, for searching, we get the Searchmon medal. Seven days. Well. It's Mr. Navitt again? Mr. Navitt's kidnapping hospital people? Oh, yeah, that's a good sound. Hello. 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 We definitely went in there before. That one, no. Signal has been jammed. Raspberry. Only one man would dare give me the raspberry. Lone Star. I have not watched Spaceballs in ages. Anything interesting to check out? Options? No? I can just go back here. Well, I am checking other places. It's not letting me. Oh, there you go. Hello. Just make a racket. Okay, now we can go check this place out. Darn you, Mr. Navitt. Oh. Looks like he's a helpful Digimon. It's not a problem one. What? No, that's my Dramagotchi. Leave him alone! You leave Michigan alone! Oh. You had a different culprit. Never mind. Aw. Hey guys, we found friendship. interesting things. Shinies, loot? No. Oh, we'd see the loot if it was there. It would be on the map. Smack. Okay, yeah, no, I may turn off encounters. I think we have full scan data for almost everything down here, and they're not giving us much experience, so no reason to slow down our progress with, you know, having to pause every couple minutes for a useless fight. So, let's activate our 2 favorite abilities. Acceleration and high security. Oh, okay, there we go. So that's where they are. Let's just quickly check for... Okay, there's the healing spot. Way out is closed, because of course it is. Okay, we're fine. It was just the one friendship. We made one new friend. That's this guy. Keep in mind, Kuzuhamon, I believe, is ultimate. If not Mega. Don't recall off the top of my head. Squeak. I don't know how you can see me, I'm camouflaged. He's a Sorceremon. Sorceremon? Have fun with that. Are not even good battle music, like boss music? You're not gonna like how this ends. Oh well, no, you actually have some decent HP on you. Ow. All right then. Oh yeah, no, you have a lot of HP. Which means we need to pull out Elvis and put it in someone else. Here you go. An old friend. No. Thanks, Sorceremon. I was not expecting that. Oh. Okay, no, he's gonna fall down very quick. No, Google's here was actually who I was using to, get Michigan some levels off screen. You don't remember. He hurts. Aw, man. 2 more levels till the nice level. Because I'm a mature and reasonable person. okay, that kind of makes sense. You know, you're here, you're hurt, you're scared. And, you know, not only do you get rejected, you get blamed for it. I'm used to it. Because you want to find that person? There we go. So, in the main game, you actually come to this hospital to find the Wizardmon that I think it was haunting the school. And you come here because here's Sorsamon, who looks like Wizardmon. Ah, do you know Dr. Datamon? Yeah, so, like, here's an interesting little, you know, even in the side stories, you get some overlap between the main game and this second side story game, which is nice. Maybe better to go to the top than try to just stumble around. I don't know. I think he'll be fine. Seems like a good guy. How'd he see me? I'm camouflaged. Okay, I'll stop making that dumb joke. And, you know, things are turning to the better. Now we can try to help everyone because, you know, it's only a small few who actually, I think, want to cause problems. And a lot of people are getting caught up in it. Go ahead. You got a message. Cotton candy. Oh, excuse me. Let's us actually change our party back. Poor Elvis got beat up a little bit there. Turn this in. And got 2 more side missions, and then we're back to one of the main mission ones. Beelzebub. There's this ugly guy I don't like. Shinjuku. Yeah. Not surprising that one of the of the 7 deadly Digimon, the one that would actually reach out and be kind of amiable to work with would be Beelzebub. You probably you've seen, I think it was Adventure 2. He shows up there. Give me your energy. And we'll just blow him up with a nose laser. Ah, so close to the level for those two. You guys are, yeah, they're okay experience. Like they're showing that they're at least decent enough challenge that you get some good XP off them. Not too hard to remove. Thanks, Pit. Alright, we can't go forward, so we can only go down to the 13th floor. Any prizes? Yes, prize. Get a prize. So many orbs. Look at all those orbs. I'll show them my orb. I have the superior orb. That's not worrisome. Alright, Actually, if this is the correct way, let's double back and check for prizes. I do like me my prices. How dare. How dare. Drown him. There we go. Oh. And we got a scan to do. Nice. You figure, you know, he would be swimming behind me instead of just, you know, floating all curled up. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh, many prices. This was the correct decision. Of course, I could always come back here later and just explore the area via going to Shinjuku. So as I mentioned earlier, now we're in this part, you know, in the original game, you kind of get access to these places one at a time. You get to go to them, check them out, clear them out. You don't get that sort of hand-holding in this game, because obviously it's expecting you to have played the first one. So once you hit this point, it's all basically open. You could go to any of the areas like these, which have a name which I'm immediately blanking on for whatever reason. You know, I think they probably showed it to us literally just, you know, a few minutes ago when we first got here. They're throwing many orbs at us. Look at all these orbs. We just have orb fights. Many, many orb fights. Why would this be strong enough? Let's try it out. Yeah, okay. That's much nicer on the SP too. That'll work. Oh. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter from Saber Leomon. Who's actually a bad guy in Digimon Saber / Dat Squad. I forget if he shows up anywhere else. That's outside my esoteric Jeopardy knowledge, is all I like to call it. It's the idea I have a bunch of just random knowledge that is mostly useless except for in very, you know... nice. Weird circumstances. I guess you could also call it trivia knowledge, but I used to like to watch Jeopardy a lot, so I like to call it Jeopardy knowledge instead. Ah, nimble. I don't know if I've mentioned this either, but basically, it's just, you know, hey, we're like, you know, several dozen streams in. But just in case I didn't touch on this. Where is it? Personality. Right here on the chart, you can see there, right next to Cam, right above the XP bar. You can see Lively there, Fighter, Lively, Defender, Fighter, Fighter, Defender, Defender, Lively, Brainy. Those help specify like stat growth when I do training in the farms. Like Brainy obviously would be like intelligence, Fighter's attack. And, yeah. So if you want to kind of maximize your stat gains for certain Digimon, you want to make sure they have a certain personality, and those patches actually do control that. fully intelligence-focused one that you're gonna level on the farm, give him a Brady Patch. I probably did mention it previously, but you know, it's been a while. See if we can finish this off before it fires, because I bet it's probably gonna break somebody, probably Elvis. There we go. Ah, so close to a level. Well, now, before you go, how about, you get your SP up there, Kazuke, for your Digimans. There we go. And, of course, plant ourselves a save tree. Now we can go to B9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9 price. Funny thing is, this is the other side of the area where we went before, so somehow that one other staircase takes us to floor 99999999999. Yes, I'd like a level, please. Please give a level. There we go. There's low. Now both of them are in a nice place. Ah, yep. Now we're going to see these, you know, boss area forms with the train hands. Those train hands never get explained, but I do like them. I do like how they look. I mean, look at that. I wish I could, like, pan the camera around with the, right stick. Fun fact about Digimon, there's a nice little poeticness here. Because Digimon is the the rookie form for Beelzemon. Okay, Elvis, we are getting you out. We are getting you out. This is not a good day for Elvis. Yeah. Today is not a good day for Elvis. Let's, Hey, I said, let's... Rude. Fine. Fine. Wait, is this one of the... what I think it is? Okay. I was about to say, are we in a situation where it's, you know... you can't damage him until something happens, but no, we're just getting unlucky. This might hurt. Oh, not nearly as bad as I thought it would. Also, now you're poisoned. Ha ha ha. And there's your damage undone. Take that. They're helping each other back and forth. Lasers! And one more laser for good measure. Oh. Pop. Haha. He fell down. We beat him up again? Like, I did it once, I can do it again. That's my prey. Personally, I prefer the air. Now I got Beelzebub with Falco voice in my head. Thanks. Landmaster. Hold on, I just gotta group this music a little bit. How else do you think I got here? So yeah, along with Lilymon, we can call on him as a partner. Shot down. There you go. So yeah. He gets added to our list of buddies we can call on, and it's Beelzebub. High damage, hurts himself every turn because he's that, you know, powerful, I guess. Alright, he's fun. Honestly, I think in those kind of joint battles, it's always better to have an actual person, because they usually come with a team of Digimon instead of just one. But, if you gotta have just one, Beelzebub's not a bad choice. So I have a running theory that, you know, a lot of these Digimon are supposed to, that kind of mentions now, given all the Digimon that kind of end up helping us, I feel like they are at least somewhat referencing, like, you don't get any ones that aren't, how to word this? Okay, basically, all of them are probably are all noteworthy Digimon from one of the TV shows. So, like, Lilymon is Mimi's Digimon, which is why our Rosemon is named Mimi from the first season. Beelzebub shows up in, sorry, why did I say he was season 2? I think he's season 3? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, so he's season 3. Season 2 is basically the straight up sequel to the first season. That's where Stingmon and Vmon and all them are from. And a lot of the DNA Digivolutions, the Jogress, that kind of built off of Omnimon slash Omegamon. Before I forget again, Elvis, get back out there. I know it hurts, but we need you participating. Keep doing badly though. I may replace you. I don't know. Maybe put Mimi back. I don't know. But then we'd have 2 healers. I don't know if we want to run that, or I'd have to change up Pit's moveset, which is definitely a thing we could do. So knowing me, I'll also need to go through and do a lot of these areas off screen to grab all the treasure, because as mentioned, you really don't get required to go to most of these places in this game, unlike the first one. So coming to these and exploring them and looting them is of your own jurisdiction as opposed to being directed to it by the plot. Hey, if you guys are gonna keep doing this, we're gonna turn off turn off fighting. I will turn off fighting. I will make fighting end. That was a visceral sound. Just chunk. Price is here. I'm not seeing any. Okay. I think we should be good to continue. Oh no, the price is up there. What am I looking at? There are glowing boxes up there. Okay, that's enough. In fact, there. And go fast. Grab that other prize, and then we will go talk to Ramon. I guess Beelzemon wasn't identified as one of the 7 deadly Digimon in Season 3. I forget what season he was identified as it in. But here we have, a standoffish Renamon. Sounds familiar. There's a lost little girl. Standoffish, but willing to help people. That. And fighting things that are much stronger than her. That definitely sounds like Season 3 Renamon. Trying to further fits my theory. Speaking of a snake Digimon, hey, look! She's just fighting Michigan's previous form. Just sneak around here, grab this. From downtown. And can we go? Yep, okay, good. We can go over here and grab this other one. Boop! And hello. Yeah, you get a whole animated scene for this Renamon. Anything spare with double McGum? You are a data type, aren't you? Cute. I'm just wondering if this is going to be another situation where Elvis might need to sit down. Oh geez, yo, that much HP? Probably. Man, Google's is doing a lot of work today. Again, all the more reason to make sure you have a wide spread of Digimon types in your party. That way you can adapt and maximize your damage against them. Haha. Sucks to be you. My drill is the drill that will pierce the heavens. Also this snake. Good job, Googles. There's something fun about having something very, very dangerous having a really goofy name. Like, seriously. When you look at that, you would not think Googles. But then again, I mean, give my image in the right. I'd put googly eyes on it. If I could. Googling Machine Dramon. I like you're just being a good person there, Renamon. A good mon. A Goodman. A John Goodman. Darn right they are. And there we go. We get another assistant. Obviously, I think I was making that pretty obvious when I was talking about, you know, how the Digimon that come and help you may all be, you know, referencing key Digimon in mainline series from some season or another. There we go. How are we looking? Dianamon's just out there sunbathing while we're doing all this. Thanks, Dianamon. It's not like we know we're dealing with a big crisis or anything with the two worlds overlapping. So yeah, 2 out of half of those missions were us getting new teammates, basically. The other one was the hospital, and then just beating up some Dino fans. There's 10 people here. Oh wait, I remember this one. How can you say everyone's name and still have it wrong? Unless... So this was like, what, 20 years ago? I mean, they're kind of roaming around the city. I figured we would have seen one by now. You're gonna get punched, Wormon. "20 years ago? Oh. Eden wasn't there 20 years ago. I moved around a lot as a kid, so I have not... So a lot of those childhood friends kind of been lost to time. That and my bad memory. That's nice. The crew all back together again. Eden. Yep, there you go. The super internet. So the first time I heard this event, it sounds a bit creepy, but I don't know. Also, yes, it's kind of against the rules to have a form that's not your own. Don't talk like you're old, Wormon. You're like, what, 2? Job modifying avatars, you say? I mean, some of that sounds like fun. We just have to get away from the concerns of being adults. Sounds like someone kicked down the door. And Wormmon's hiding behind the computer or something. Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, we have a theme of once we take a mission, we see it to the end, so... I think the only one where we avoided it, quote unquote, was when Chitose wanted to want us to cancel the case with the part-timer to keep it from leaving, which was in an earlier stream. How long ago was that one? Don't even remember. Some new footage, huh? Do we get to see it? Guess not. And Erica's already solved it, apparently. What's up? So, I know what's up because I played this before. Let's see if anyone else, any of the viewers at home, can see what's wrong here. Obviously, it's going to get explained to us if we don't figure it out and how it's happening, but even right now, we should be able to tell something is off. With this group of children. We're getting closer to having it told us what's going on. Have you noticed it yet? Uh-oh. That's suspicious. Ah, he must be hungry. His tummy is rumbly. Oh, he's fine. Have you, chat? Viewers at home? Because you could notice something is off from the very start of getting here. And of course, there are other things that kind of give it away. Or some of it. Here we go. So now they're making it all the more obvious. Here's them playing the game. All 9 of them. With Hit Ken in the middle. But there's 9 people around him. Yeah, and the title also says 10 people, so and this whole thing is obviously about the 10th person, so I guess that's not too much of a surprise, but even here. So here's a fun thing. On this map right now, if you actually stop, and that's why I kept walking around slowly and pointing it out, there are 10 children on the map too, so it's not like they snuck in a 10th one while we weren't looking. There's been 10 children here this entire time. And here are those glowies from before. So now we're gonna explain. Now we're gonna figure out how this all happened.
For Wormmon, I don't think you're the one who's going to... No, you're not mistaking it. It'd be they were mistaking it. That sounds odd. It's obviously Wormmon. So yeah, if the chat was active today, which unfortunately does not look like it is, I'd let you guys take a moment to try and figure it out. And maybe give punnies to those who got it right. But, since we have a quiet chat today, obviously it's not Wormmon. The doppelganger is made using the original parts and leaving copy parts behind, so it'd be the only one with no noise, because it's made entirely out of the original parts. Wait, sorry, gotta correct myself. Probably, this is in, it'll probably get commented on later, potentially when I put this up on YouTube, if people are looking at it and catching it. I'm mistaken. Impmon becomes Beelzemon, not Demi-Devimon. Oh, I forgot to change Google's back for Elvis. There we go. And bye. Oh wow, no, never mind. You have some HP on you. So let's get Matic out here. Drop Divine Atonement for the elemental bonus. Or not, apparently. Thank you. Oh. That did it, I guess. Thanks, Matic. Because he just said he just wanted to play with them. I don't think this is our play-second decision, though. No one was getting hurt. Kenji just got scared because he got see a guy with no face behind him. That's Wasn't doing anything dangerous or mean. Just a new friend. Aw. Should we get her a kid avatar too so she can go hang out with him? Okay, it's not a bad thing, is it? Aw. I don't know, I could teach you to play Magic the Gathering. So you can understand my stupid jokes about tapping to the swamped doctor or nurse. That could also be taken out of context. I bet you'd like a blue deck. Just a feeling I get. You seem the type. Dang, blue decks. They're counter spells. Everyone's talking about Cat and Candy now. Back out there, Michigan. And 10 people here. So Lily kind of just has it right there. Now, I wonder if I'm doing one of those, you know, it's going to tell us to talk to Murray, and we've already talked to Murray. Shibuya Underground. Wait, what? Sorry, I mashed through that too quickly. Maybe slightly annoying. So there's two things over in Shibuya, it sounds like. If I'm understanding that. Oh, hey. But it's pretty easy to tell when that's going to happen, because if it doesn't give you a new quest, it doesn't automatically close down and start the next plot point. It means, okay, this is the time to go talk to Mirie, Mimi. There you go. There's Yasu. And sounds like there's one more to find. Actually, I think they said they were in the Shibuya Underground, so... First, this dumb joke. Actually, I don't think I've been by to drop off all the ones I've gotten thus far recently. Just checking here just in case. I doubt it's in here. Okay. Well, it's finally amusing that this place is like just... It's fine. Nothing wrong here. So I forgot there's one of these in here, so might as well give it a few hits. Pokemon, lose your power. Pokemon, lose your power. Keep hitting until we get a double. That's my rule of thumb here. There we go. So they mentioned the underground, I think, is, if I was remembering correctly. So I believe we need to sneak past the military here. A thing you wouldn't know, obviously, unless you played the first game, because you automatically have all hacking abilities as long as you have the Digimon for it. Oop, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh, there you go. It was right there instead. Well, this is familiar. I guess this is just the creepy edition of Cyber Sleuth today. We dealt with being trapped in a hospital. We dealt with the Faceless Boy, and now someone speaking tongues at us and making a bunch of girls disappear. And there are the two cases. For some reason, I thought I had to go down into there to pick things up, but no, I was mistaken. It's just they are on that street. I recognized it immediately as it started. Like, oh yeah, no, it's this one. Quit running back there. There. That should give us 2 new cases. So we already did a creepy one, so we'll do the we'll help Yasu first. Yasu should be pretty recognizable. Also get more Nokia. For good or for ill. That sounds like a no-kid thing to do. For someone who has a crush on her, you figure he'd like the nickname. I like how Michigan's just kind of chilling this entire time, like, I can't believe this is happening. So, yeah. When I Digimon, we have to help. It's, of course, back there, so let's do this correctly this time. Hi. Check out my cool flip! Cool flip! Look at this good dog. We're over here now. Hi. Please don't loot the Digimon. Oh, hey. Hello. Oh yeah, well I can punch 10,000 times stronger. How about that? Oh, that's a bad choice. Come on, you can at least be a partner. No, the fourth Digimon on our line. Where you going? Get back here! Rude. Yeah, about that. Oh, wow. Okay, that was a lot more HP than I was expecting. Hold on. My Quake is awesome! Now, my coolest weapon ever, the Hyper Infinity Cannon! That's not a fist! There you go. I have such a fun. I'm starting to realize I'm very fond of characters that can basically that have vampiric tendencies. I guess I never thought much about vampires in general, but like my favorite in when I was running through that demo of shoot, what was that game? That had the Mighty Number 9 stuff on it. My favorite character running it was the DLC character who steals health on kills. Here I have, characters that drain life off of them here, and then we had Red in Fey Tactics. It was just a really neat idea of just being able to take that, take the power from an enemy and make it your own. Which, again, then again, that's Blue Mage in there's Blue Mage in Final Fantasy, and I love Blue Mage. And there's Mega Man, just Mega Man in general. Now I have your power, Kirby. I like all that. Now look what you did. Yeah, so yeah, Digimon, it's a whole thing about having trust in your partner and things like that. Just be quiet. And, yeah, if you have, your trainer basically saying, hey, we're weak, I'm not even gonna try. That can't be fun. Here we go. Oh, hey. This many. There's this many of us. There you go. Step it up, Yasu. Oh, wow. You're gonna come after me, huh? Oh, you're not gonna like how this ends. Hey! Only I lower my attack. Okay. That is, Alright. Team Royal Knights looking characters. Well, technically two of them are. But, and then one more. In Elvis. Oh no! Yeah, Matic don't care. I'm flat. Oh! No! 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 Take that. Target acquired. Down with you! Down with 2. Elvis. Ow. Elvis. Elvis, no. No, we'll have to wash this one off. There we go.
みんなのおかげだよ。
Yes. Punch tree. The voice startling Yasu. A little bit, yes. Technically, Yasu wasn't really blaming Galmon. I think he was just lumping him in. It's like, I'm bad, so, you know, we're bad. But there you go. Yep, that's the whole, going back to the whole training montage with the Sistermon way earlier in this game. Ta-da! Galgamon. If I may comment about Digivolution, like I get that they want to have, like, you know, a low power form and then, you know, they transformed into the higher power forms to deal with problems, and frequently it's identified as kind of a power restraint type of thing, and they just keep rising them to higher ones. Obviously, it's mostly just a marketing thing so they can show off the transformation sequences all the time in the shows. But you see Digimon who basically digivolve and stay in that form all the time. I've always wondered why, you know, the Digidestined's Digimon don't do that. They always have to revert, basically, to that lower form. If it was like there was a purposefully made decision, I guess it'd make sense. But no, again, I could just be overthinking it. But like, you see the whole fact that other Digimon can digivolve and then they stay that way. Humans are weird. You know, could just be me overthinking things. Very likely is. I'm using too much on the concept of, well, wait a second, why don't, you know, the heroes Digimon just stay in those forms, especially when they're in situations where they can stay that way without needing to change back to smaller forms to, you know, hang out. At least with, like, you know, in this one you have Omegamon / Omnimon splitting down into the smaller forms because apparently being in that form is problematic. And you get, like, funny scenes like him trying to cram himself into the K Cafe. It's like, okay, those are making sense. He's, you know, trying to be small to be less, you know, energy intensive, and to, you know, he's big. He takes up a lot of space, and that's not useful when you're trying to hang out with a bunch of people. But, like, why is it an energy issue when other Digimon can digivolve and stay in that form forever? I don't know. I'm just talking in circles at this point about my confusion on it. Anyway, back into the horror stuff. I've got spirit, yes I do. I've got spirit, how about Shibuya? Oh, hey, Kenji. Also keep in mind that Lily is part of that the occult club, so it's funny that yeah, so you had this whole thing of, here's a group that investigates the occult stuff. And then one of them is just, you know, actually doing, like, proper occult level stuff instead of just trying to talk about it and find it. On the job, Kenji! Wom. Again, we're in a situation where everyone is gone. Oh, that's kind of powerful, Lily. Again, you know, interesting little mix of, you know, the digital world and, like, advanced technology and stuff like that. And normal, but then you have situations like this where, you know, there's actual spirits and magic apparently involved. Why not? They're the occult club. They'd totally be into this. Okay, I guess that's fair. I'm sure they'd help you if you'd let them know. I'm sneezy today. Not sure why. Must be allergic to ghosts. It can smell your fear. That's not comforting! Now show us your true form. Plus side is, since, whoa. I have to worry about the military blocking my way. I have to figure out which of these, 18 girls is the correct one. And as always, if we had an active chat, I'd throw up this question into the chat, let people guess, and the ones who got it right would get 500 punnies. So they would be able to spend on alert messages and the like, and to gamble and play with. But we do not have a very active chat today. I don't know. I guess it's kind of a lazy Saturday, so we'll just answer the question and move on. Are you the real one? How about you? You? So, the song she's singing should sound vaguely familiar if you've been following the games. You? These? How about you? And you? Recognize it yet? Because this actually does relate to the Occult Club. Just in the first game. Sound familiar? Yeah. The main character from the first game helped them out doing this whole ritual. Oh, there we go, there we go. Extra one's back here. Hello. Fear? Horror? That doesn't seem right. Ah, you've become Cthulhu-mon! It's a Digimon? Yeah, so like this kind of implies that some of the supernatural effects is actually just power from the digital world leaking over. Which I guess is a way to look at it. They never say anything for certain one way or the other. So, ow! Do you mind? Lasers. Lasers for all of you. Laser it! Laser the Cthulhu. Stop using that trident. It's forbidden. Alright, now you asked for it. Stop it.
いっけ
Kaboom.
みんなのおかげだよ
There we go. Get up. Get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. What, you gonna tell me I was right? Yep. It's Naga Dramon. And before I forget again, get back up front, Michigan. Tend to your ouchies a little. There we go. And of course it means go to the bottom. Oh. I heal him and then I realize right here is a Digilab. Oops. Oops. I guess it was just some of the low-level healing items. I am just tripping over because I keep collecting all the loot forever. Ooh, shiny. Ooh, piece of candy. Digimon!
Hack 開始だ
Oh. There they go.
いっけ
And Pit's gonna drink this one.
みんなの
Ice
お
cube.
かげだよ
It's like sucking on ice cube during summertime. It's probably very refreshing. Alright. Now, if I remember correctly, this is a big old detour, so I think we want to go this... Oh, hi! Get back here! This is one of the larger... Oddly enough, this is probably one of the larger areas that you can just be wandering along for a long time if you want to go get treasures, so... If you want to do that, it's probably best to do it on your own time and not having to deal with, evil spirits.
なんとかなったね
And probably want to have to turn off encounters entirely and have acceleration on. You know, usual, I'm here just to collect stuff and move and hit plot points mode. It's not nearly as bad as, say, Hi. Actually, I think we've been over this way because we came in here from a different angle previously. I think? Oh, no, not this one. Yeah, it's no, administration building or whatever.
開始だ
But, more ice cubes for Pit. More ice cubes for Pit. But yeah, the left-hand side we pass by goes on for quite a while. Once you get about this point, though, it's pretty linear. Oh man, Ninja USB.
ハック開始だ
It's shaped like a kunai. I'm sure.
「みんなのおかげだよ」
Hi again. No!
ハック開始だ
Oh, let's get first attack, which means fall down. You too. And here, that's the way forward. Should be an item over here. It's a mimic! Oh! No.
開始だ
There we go. I'm mostly taking these fights just to keep getting some number. I forget how much further we start until we start getting towards the serious plot stuff. I would definitely like some number. Well, I guess back to the serious plot stuff, because this is technically plot stuff because it's main story. I believe this actually here. I said I was going to go just kind of speed us through here, and like you can get lost, but I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering all the layouts right, this is again, you know, this is a slight detour for one piece of treasure with that you don't have to go too far for, if I'm remembering the layout correctly. There you go. Because I saw that from where we came in, over by the Puppymon medal, was that what it was? Hi again. This way is treasure. Or it would be a shiny, I guess, if we didn't already have it, I guess? I don't know. All I know is there's nothing there now. And we go back to the endpoint areas. How's everyone looking? Yeah, I think we're fine. Obviously gonna save anyway, just because I like to plant these. I like to be Johnny Appleseed of the save trees. Clap, 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 clap. A clap, 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 clap. Ah, it's a nihilistic ghost. No. Pass. Hi again. Don't you say bad words at me. I do like that our lineup of vaccine all like look like they belong together. Stop it! You're not allowed to use that. Oh. Well then. Good job, Matic. Again, implying that the, Okay, no, this is talking about them doing the experiment in the first game. What about the power of friendship? Aww. Friendship. That's probably a... Yeah, Get him, Talon. Though I guess, you know, in a world where you have an alternate reality that is the digital world, you could also have, you know, the spiritual world. Especially after you consider the whole situation of... We also have an alternate universe where we get, what's that? Shoot. Magna X Vmon, or whatever his name is. Ultra Force Vmon. That's what it was. I don't know why I remembered it after that, but there you go. So we already have the digital world, this world, the alternate reality where Ultra Force Vmon is exists. So I guess, you know, there being a spiritual world as well, especially considering what the Eaters are and how they live basically like on, you know, on the fifth dimensional plane or what have you. I guess, you know, such things could be a thing. It's within the realm of reason. You don't have to suspend your disbelief too much if you're already believing you can go to another world that is comprised entirely of data or an alternate reality, which is similar to this one, but with, you know, different protagonists. Even the one where Dianamon's from. We even got to interact with the Digimon Game Boy Advance game characters. That's where we were fighting the Seven Deadly Digimon to get their pieces in the post game of the first game. I kind of like this look more for Lily because I think every time we see her before, she's wearing her like maid ears, like the cat maid ears that are so predominant. This kind of has that same theme, but it's just like her own unique style. Aw. Friendship! Friendship. Teach us how to exercise. Start with 50 jumping jacks. Wait. Season 2. There we go. An issue that got created in the first game gets resolved in the second game, instead of, you know, it's kind of an invert of the whole the power system, where, you know, part of the reason that Arata is in the issue he's in is because the problems we caused in this game that they add after the fact, but still. I like these kind of little interactions that they flow well, I feel like, between the two games. Makes it feel like this game does have an effect on the first game and vice versa. Can you stop zooming in? Please? No. That's my chair. Loud noises. Okay. It's like Hot Pockets. Loud noises. I'd like to go to a party. Let's heal everyone up, get our crew back into line, and I think we're probably going to have another plot story together. It's gonna yank us out, so I want to make sure we're all ready before that starts. If I am remembering my order of operations correctly. It might be, following up on the hunt for Ryuji. Once we turn this in. Oh. Yep, there you go. A hootie huddle. Not even part of Hootie. You don't get to call it that. Only we can call it that.
来はりましたな。あいつは、リュウジはどこに行きやがった？
I don't know. Maybe he's camouflaged. Okay, I
あい
lied.
つについて良くない噂を聞いたぜ。エデンでハッカーを借りまくってるとかなんとか。何があったか直接聞きに来た。あいつの居所教えな。じゃなきゃ逮捕すんぞ俺。こいつ、さっきからずっとこの調子や。話がややこしくなって構わへん。お前こそどこの誰だよ。警察の邪魔すると職質すんぞ。 あ
ああ、いややわ。こんなとこで油売れるくらいにおまわりはんは暇なんやな。東京のあっちこっちがえらいことになっとるように見えるわ。
Can we please not have a cat fight
やって
right
るよ
here?
うやわ。
We have bigger problems.
いちいち嫌味な言い方しやがって。言われなくてもこれだって立派な仕事なんだよ。
店では静かにして、おばさんたち。
Wow.
誰がおばさんだ。
私じゃないよ。エリカが言ったんだよ。
なんだお前、可愛いもん連れたりくっつけたりしやがって。そのぬいぐるみどこで買ったんだこら。根掘り葉掘り聞かせてもらうぞ。ああ、
わけのわからん絡み方はやめなはれ。
You're the one who called us into the huddle, Faye. Don't be talking
これ
smart.
はリュウジの妹や。
あいつの妹。
Pretty sure you've seen her before, Dante. Maybe not.
アンさんときちんと話すのは初めてやな。このモブ顔から話は聞いてますやろ。
I'm assuming she means me.
リュウジを捕まえるのに協力してもらいますよ。分かってる。私も参加する。お兄ちゃんをこのままにはしておけないもん。そら話が早くて助かりますわ。
おい、いまいちついていけねえんだった。つまりお前らはリュウジをとっちめるために集まったってのか。それなら私にも一枚かませな。
Invite Dante to party? Yes, no.
うちは又吉さんからあいつのことを頼まれたんだ。あいつが自分を見失ってるんなら助けるのが私の役目だ。
警察の助けなんかいりまへんわ。
I don't know, having the police on your side is pretty handy, Faye. Shut up, Faye.
これは身内だけの問題どす。
You're not family, Faye.
身内？まさかお前リュウジのあれなのか。
See? You're saying stupid stuff, now this happens.
何キモい勘違いしてくれてますの。ハッカーチームいう意味の身内や。
Yeah, no, I don't think he's ever been officially part of your circles ever, Faye.
わっちにはユーゴハンという心に決めたお人がおるんや。もう一度言うたら。
Please turn down the stupid, you two.
誰がヤンキーだこら。紛らわしい言い方したのてめえだろうが。警官侮辱罪で速攻逮捕だぞ。
Do I need to get Gankumon out here? I'll do it.
本当にこのメンバーでお兄ちゃんを追うのは不安しかないんだけど。バチカで警察と組むのなんてごめんやけど、時間がある。
Again, working with the police instead of against them seems like a good idea, Faye.
足引っ張らんと約束するなら使ってやらないこともありまへんで。
I don't think you know how to do that, Faye.
誰が足引っ張るか。現役の刑事なめんなよ。さっさと作戦教えな。話はそれからだ。
計画の要はこっちでリュウジを捕まえることや。そのためにはまずエデンであの男を捕まえる。妹班にはバッチと一緒にエデンに行き、バッチがリュウジの足止めをしている間にリュウジのログインスポットの位置情報を割り出してもらいます。アンさんがログインスポットを割り出したら、
私とこいつでそれを受け取ってリュウジをとっちめるってわけだな。いいじゃねえか、任せな。
これは二度と使えない計画や。必ずリュウジを捕まえなあきまへんで。
心配すんなよ。よっしゃ、そうと決まればさっさと始めようぜ。おいお前、リュウジの射程は私の射程だ。面倒見てやっからよ。ついてきな。
I don't think I haven't saying this.
やれほんにお上品な女子ですな。勝手に会議を終わらせて勝手に行ってしまいましたわ。しかしアンさん、覚悟はえんか。兄さんと戦うことになるんどすよ。おばさんには関係ないよ。
あのね、実はあれでとっても感謝してるの。協力してくれるって聞いてから後でお礼しなきゃってずっと考えてたし。
マムも
ウィープウィープウィープ。
まったく面倒な女子ばっかりやな。
Are you including Wormmon in that?
美味しくなるわ。
Did we ever find out Wormmon's gender? Not that it matters, but I feel like Wormmon identified as a boy at some point. I could just be misremembering. What up? I've heard of these things called hats. Ah, you would love TF2 then. We have many hats in TF2. The Dinosaur Expo.
あちらさんは準備できたみたいです。やれやれ。警察とつるむなんて。バッチも焼きが回りましたな。
I'm not gonna say it a third time, Faye. I have my rules.
で、対象の動きは？
来たよ。
ほな、作戦開始といきますかいな。こっから先へは通し
He's apparently still in Kaioken form.
エデンでこれだけ好き勝手しておいて、わっちらに挨拶もなしとは。フーリエのリーダーともあろう男が、随分らしくない真似してくれとるやないの。なあ、リュウジはん。おやまあ、だんまりとは。
I mean, you talk enough for both of them.
なあ。
For both of you there, Faye. For multiple people.
お兄ちゃん。私。
妹相手にもその態度かいな。下がり。この男、ほんまにどうにかしてしもうたみたいな。
What was your first clue? The giant, evil aura kind of just boiling off of him, or this,
アンさんは、アンさん
biblical-looking demon over here?
俺の邪魔をするな。
Ow?
マッハシンガービクトリー
Well, that's worrisome. Stop that. And of course, no group healing, looks like. Unless it's on home on. Oh yeah, no, there it is. Yeah, this should work. Oh, and a drain hit. Cool. We're getting there slowly. There goes Tiger. And I can't use items. Great. Here, get rid of that stat boost. You're not allowed to have that. I just removed that. Ow. Looks like that we're down a Digimon for this. Oh, there you go.
さすがロートルとはいえ元レジェンド。簡単には倒せまへんな。こりゃ長期戦はきついで。守備はどうや。待って、もう少しで。捕らえた。ワームもこの座標をあの子に伝えて。
分かったよ、エリカ。
急いで。
Away he go.
さてあとは足止めに徹するのみやな。
Well, you know, if I could use items, you could use, you know, SP restores and revives, and this could you could stretch this out longer.
お待たせ。リュウジの位置情報を捉えたよ。急いで。足止めは長く持たないって。
At least that's more plot fitting. It's not like we just crushed him. We're like, oh man, he's so tough. No, they're actually, you know, it seems like a solid fight.
この場所なら近いな。急ぐぞ。ついてこい。
Where he at? Where he at? No, if you're not gonna tell me, I'm just gonna spend this for a little while. Assuming he's probably by the entrance. He really didn't. Okay, good.
そこの男。 動くな。警察だ。おい、こいつリュウジじゃないぞ。おい、お前大丈夫か。くそ、どうなってやがる。ここにいるのはリュウジのはずだろ。
Is he bouncing his login location? That's a hacker thing, right?
攻撃が止まった。どうしたんや。消えた。
おい、お前が送った位置にいたのリュウジじゃなかったぜ。どういうことだ。
That's definitely weird.
私たちの動き、お兄ちゃんには全部見透かされてたんだ。作戦は失敗。
They had a duplicate. They had a spare Ryuji. This is our spare Ryuji for emergencies.
エデンにいたのもリュウジじゃなかったみてえだ。じゃあ本物はどこにいるってんだ。こいつのことは私に任せてさっさと店に戻りな。これはただの刑事の勘だがな。嫌な予感がする。早く仲間と合流した方がいいぜ。
Well, Yoshi picked you for a reason, and he has some good instincts, so. Also, this is, you know, in anime, if you have a bad feeling, it's usually something bad is going to happen.
戦ったリュウジはダミーで、ログインスポットにいたハッカーも何かに操られていた。これもリュウジの新しいデジモンの力なんか。なんつうデタラメな。でもそこまでやるなんておかしいよ。
どういうことや。
私たちの追跡を巻くだけにしては手が凝りすぎてる。きっと他に目的が。アンさん、いつからそこに。
俺の狙いは最初からお前だ、フェイ。
お兄ちゃん。
Uh-oh.
そりゃまたなんとも面白い話どすな。わけを聞かせてもらいましょう。
Cornered in a very tiny room. You need a back door in here, Erica.
わけだと。千歳がエデン症候群になったのは誰のせいだ。
Rie?
千歳だけじゃない。お前たちのせいでアンダーゼロでたくさんのハッカーが犠牲になった。
Again. That was Rie.
その罪は償ってもらう。まずはナンバー2のお前。
He's just blaming Zaxxon in general.
次はユーゴだ。
間違えとったら堪忍な。今とんでもないことが聞こえた気すんのやけど。
ザクソンは俺が消す。
よう言うたわ。待って、お兄ちゃんやめて。
It's a very small room. We don't need a giant bee and whatever that Arcadiamon is.
千歳は私が何とかするから。今エデン症候群を治す方法を探してるの。上城の研究員が私に資料をくれて。
お前に何ができる。みんなお前のために。俺はエリカ、お前の
I said don't bring them out in here.
エリカ、お前のせいで。
Okay, yeah, he's just throwing his blame around all over the place.
お前のせいでみんな消える。親父もおふくろも仲間もお前も。
I don't think she was driving the car that caused the accident.
なんでなんだよ。血眼になって治療法を探して 必死で働いて絶対に頭を下げちゃいけないやつに頭を下げて汚い仕事でガチまで裏切ってそうまでしたのにそれなのになんでお前は治んねんだよ。なんで俺より先に死ぬんだよ。なんでいつも俺が置いていかれなきゃならねえんだよ。お前が悪い。全部お前のせいだ。お前さえいなければ。
Don't say something like that, Ryuji.
そうだよ。
Don't, Erica.
お兄ちゃんの苦しみは、悲しみ
No.
は、痛みは全部私のせい。ごめん、お兄ちゃん。私にはお兄ちゃんを助けてあげられない。けど大丈夫。きっと私が何とかする。お兄ちゃんの居場所は私が取り戻す。だからもう苦しまないで。
ごちゃごちゃうるさいわ。
Faye, you're ruining the moment. Wait, that's just your MO, ain't it?
わっちをこれだけ怒らせておいて仲良く兄弟喧嘩ですか。ずいぶん舐められたもんやな。
待って、お兄ちゃんと話をさせて。
飽きまへんわ。その男はわっちの前で一番言うたらあかんことを言うた。ユーゴはんに手出すそないなことこのわっちが許すと思うとるんか。波のやり方で済むと思うから大間違いどす。
やめて。
Or, you know, Faye's just gonna make things worse. How, you may ask? That's how. Thanks, Faye. Erica was talking her brother down, and you let your own little, you know, your lady boner for Yugo screw everything up. Like, I don't agree with what Erica was saying. She shouldn't be blaming herself for stuff that was out of her control. And Ryuji shouldn't be blaming her either. But obviously, she knows her brother. She was saying things that was calming him down. And you couldn't shut your mouth. And now we're in this situation. Thanks, Faye. You're the worst. Like, at least Jimmy Ken is funny. I don't think there's any part of Faye I like. Yeah, I'm talking about you.
アンさんとすか。みっともない姿見られてしまいましたな。リュウジの妹はどないした？
I don't know. You're the one who caused the whole thing to collapse, so...
タイガーベスパモンの力を借りて店の倒壊からはなんとか守ったんですが。
Well, at least you cleaned up your you tried to help clean up your mess a little bit. I'll give you that.
ドラムや
Like, geez, Faye.
特別治療室で治療を怪我はしとらんと思うだが。ほうか。確か妙な病気を抱えとるんやったな。フーディへの倒壊な。あれはリュウジの仕業や。あいつの狙いはワッチやった。
Man, I wonder who helped make that happen.
ワッチがあかんかった。ユーゴ派の名前を出されて頭に血が上ってしもうて、話もよう聞かずに攻撃してしもうたんや。
Yeah, now what are you gonna do to fix it?
そんであの男のデジモンが急激に進化を始めて、止めるどころかとんでもないことになってしもうた。恥ずかしゅうてユーゴ派の顔まともに見られへんわ。それは間の悪い時にお見舞いに来てしまいました。
Oh, hey, Yuko.
でもこの顔なので大丈夫ですよね。
For those who don't remember,
はい。
Yugo is Yuko using her brother's form to lead Saxon.
もうそんなこと言うてほんといけずやわ。お久しぶりです。彼女をあまり責めないであげてください。
No, I want to be hard on her.
三島隆二の暴走はアンダーゼロで岸辺理恵の企みを阻止できなかった。
It's more just, I don't know, I just don't like Faye's character in general. I don't know. Just her personality.
ザクソンを代表して
I don't know.
謝罪します。
Maybe it's me projecting some of the things I don't like about myself on her. Because I can have a bit of a temper too and get just snaps sometimes.
ごめんなさい。まだ
So maybe it's just that I'm kind of projecting. Who knows?
実はザクソンのユーゴは私なんです。上城を内外から守るために関係者としての顔と一人のハッカーとしての顔を使い分けていたんです。アバロンサーバの件ではお世話になりました。あまり深く考えないでください。今の私はオムライスをご一緒した上白優子です。
I think you ate most of that.
お詫びと言ってはなんですが、三島エリカさんの件に関しては心配しないでください。私の方で継続して治療を受けられるよう取り計らっておきました。
Okay, there's some good news out of all this. Since Rie is, I guess, done with this whole situation, with this whole side of things, Yuko can do stuff like
今
this.
私は上白の社長代行のような立場にあって、ある程度の権限の行使が許されているんです。
Let's let Ryuji know that, because I'm pretty sure that would help calm him down at least a little bit.
聞きました。彼女の特殊な病気のこと。そのために岸辺理恵と三島隆二との間に密約があったことも。人の命を計りにかけて汚れ仕事をさせるなんて絶対に許されることじゃありません。上城にいながらあの人の悪行に気づくことができず、本当にすみませんでした。
At least you're trying to fix things, Yuko.
これはそのわずかながらの罪滅ぼしです。 優子はん悪うない。岸辺は優子のアバターを使って優子はんの行動すら自分に都合がいいように操っていったんや。ああ、思い出しただけでも腹が立つ。
Faye, your temper,
必
please.
ずワッチの手でズタボロにしたるわ。
ありがとうフェイ。でも今は怪我の治療に専念してください。あなたが後ろにいてくれないとなんだか落ち着きませんから。
優子はん。
Well, this seems like an A-B conversation, so I'll see myself out. Maybe?
え、
Oh,
二
no!
人はどういう関係なのかですか？
何妙なことを聞いてはるんや。わっちの優子はんはただのその。
そうですね。改めて聞かれると私も適切な言葉が見つかりません。
Keisuke, don't be delving into this.
あなたはどう思いますか？
I don't like this landmine. Let's play this safe. We'll play it safe.
ずっとも、つまり友人ということですか？
Sure, what's with that?
あ当たらずでも遠く
Landmine diffused?
私はあまりピンとはきませんね。私が調べた限りでは友人という関係はあえて滑るギャグを言ったり待ち合わせに遅刻しても軽いノリで流してみたり日がな一日誰が好きだ嫌いだと永遠に語り明かしたりそんな関係だったはずです。私もフェイもギャグを言う趣味はありませんしお互い
Yeah, different types of friendships, Yuko.
性格です。
But at least we've steered the conversation off
私
that.
好きな人がいるのかと尋ねたこともありますがその時は
And that's why I was trying to swerve away from it.
いやそれはその言い合うわけがあったわけ
やっぱり私とフェイには当てはまりませんね。自分でもよく考えてみましたが私たちの関係を既存の言葉で言い表すのは
If you want to find out what the answer is for, stepping on that landmine, feel free to pick up the game and play it yourself.
うまく言えませんがフェイは私にとって大切な人そんなところです。これで答えになりましたか？
優子はん
神城はエデンは
Back on the topic at hand
私
here.
の父が作り上げたものなんです。私にとってエデンは今は亡き父と不治の病から目を覚まさない兄との思い出の場所です。その場所を守るのが私の使命なんです。それにリエさんの手のひらの上で踊らされていたとはいえユーゴとして関係を築いたあなたたちも今で
As
は
we
大
say,
切な
I
仲
think
間
it'd be more that what we learned from Rie on the main story. I don't think Keisuke knows anything about that.
岸辺リエのことは
あとは私に任せてもらえませんか。彼女は私の大切な場所や人をたくさん傷つけました。だから私が自分の手で決着をつけたいんです。
That's main plot stuff and you don't show up there, so I'd like you to stay out of it.
彼女の野望はまだ続いています。東京を襲う怪現象は全て彼女が仕組んだもの。このままではきっととんでもないことになる。でもそんなこと絶対にさせません。彼女の野望を阻止し、これまでの罪を償わせる。私が、いえ、私たちが。
The main team. We're the B team. On our B side with our B plot.
ありがとうございます。すべて解決したらまたオムライスご一緒してくださいね。
Can we bring more people to help eat that?
エリカ、全然目を覚まさないの。ずっと治療を受けてなかったのもあるだろうけど、やっぱりリュウジのことがショックだったんだろうね。ねえ、私たちこれからどうする？
That's a good question. The main base got destroyed. You know, Erika's here. Ryuji's off with these supercharged Digimon now, doing who knows what. Guess that's all we can do.
そうだね。エリカだって目を覚ましていたらきっとそうするよね。よーし、そうと決まればくよくよしていられないね。まずは新しい拠点を作らないと。この病室、ネット環境が揃ってるし、 PC があれば仮の拠点にはなるんじゃないかな。どこかで買ってくれば？エリカは私が見ているから。
I mean, it couldn't be too hard to find him. His Arcadiemon is now the size of a house. Hi? Just have a chapter, bunch of messages. Yeah, how are things with Yatsu doing? Taste the same pain of getting wailed on. I'll keep making that joke. I have no regrets. Actually, the nice part of going to... I don't know why I went that way, because I went the other way and wrapped around. As I mentioned, I think we're overdue for, turning in all of our tokens and seeing if we got anything new there. Oh, hey, shiny. Ooh, a sleuth memory. Let's look at that later. Hey! Victorious greetings! Victorious gifting! Victorious leaving! Okay, let's turn all these medals. We've accrued quite a few, I think. hey, there you go. Ooh. How's our collection looking anyway? It's been a long time since I checked this. 500. We are almost 80% done. Look at that. We're missing about 30 here, about 40 there, about 40 there, and about 30 here and here. Wow, we are doing well. Actually, where was Puppymon? I remember there seeing one that was called like Puppymon. Right? I want to see what it looks like. Fortunately, we don't have a number. There's no search function. Weedmon. Podge. Okay, I like this one. Check it out. Sombrero, I think I found a new Digimon for you to like. Ponchomon. It's a cactus, but it's also wearing a sombrero. Aw, Putimon. And Pupumon. Kafumon. Doggymon, there you go. No, pass. Pass. No. Alright. About that laptop. How convenient. Hey. Hold the phone a little bit lower, Wormmon. Also, hold on a second. Hey. No. Bots. Thank you. I like actual people watching and potentially enjoying my streams, not bots just trying to throw around automated advertisements. Thank you. About that. Blame Faye.
そっか。フェイが私を助けてくれたんだ。
I guess that's one way to look at it.
上城の偉い人がエリカの治療も工面してくれるって。よかったね、エリカ。でも、おとなしく治療なんて受けていられない。お兄ちゃんにはもう時間がないと思うの。店で会った時、お兄ちゃんはあのデジモンに影響を受けてるように見えた。
I think they were affecting each other, but either way, that's me being pedantic.
お兄ちゃんがあのデジモンに影響を与えているのかも。あのデジモンが突然進化したのも多分そのせい。これ以上長引けばきっとお兄ちゃんは帰ってこれなくなる。そんな気がするの。
He did seem like he was starting to go off the deep end, yeah. You know, you're You were starting to talk him back, though.
だからってどうすればいいの？リュウジには私たちの呼びかけは全然届かなかった。
Well, he was until Faye, you know, shoved in with her ego.
エリカだって無理だったのに、これ以上。
Seemed like to me that she was reaching him. Faye screwed things up.
やっぱり最初の計画を進めるしかない。お兄ちゃんを正気に戻せるのは千歳しかいないんだよ。私たちにできるのは何とかして千歳の意識を取り戻させることだけ。千歳の声ならきっとお兄ちゃんに届く。そう信じるしかない。
そうだね。今はそれしかできることないもんね。私もお手伝いするよ、エリカ。スウェードからもらった論文解析するんでしょ？
Decode?
うん。あの人は手がかりはあの中にあるって言ってた。論文を読み解けばきっと何か千歳を起こす方法が見つかるはず。
それならすぐ始めなくっちゃ。ねえ、 PC 買ってきたんでしょ？つないでつないで。
何か変わったことはなかったって。そういえば妙にリアルな夢は見たかな。君と一緒にいて、あとは覚えてない。それが何？
Interesting. So yeah. Now let's well, I don't want to ask you about music. I don't know. So, when we got trapped up here before, I mentioned how we could go into this. Oh, well, we could go into this room, but we couldn't go into this room. Now we can because it's our new base of operations. So everything we do from now on, we return here. Including we can change our outfits. All of our clothes are here. CD shop on the second floor, you say? And yeah, Karemi went missing. So sounds like we got 2 stories to pick up over in Nanako. Or Nakano. Nanako. Nanako's the name of Persona 5, Persona 4 guy's like little cousin or whatever, isn't it? Or am I just mixing up my names at this point? We have a shop there so we don't lose our shop. Basically, yeah, we really haven't lost anything except ready access to free coffee. Hello. Here's one. Oh, fun fact. We can't use this. It's, you know, how the main character could go into the Digilab, but we can't teleport through a phone like he can, so we can't use that one. Interesting touch. CDs. This way? There we go. I don't know about that, but you know, that's personal preference. Anyway, those are the two cases we can pick up around here. So we should be good to head back and start them up. And we have a bunch of normal ones too. We got a lot of stuff in here. These look like they're gonna be pretty tough ones, so. Let's go beat up some stuff. We're gonna grab Beelzemon, because we picked him up. Because Erica is not good. Use MIA. So. There you go. Dang it, you called me on it. You called my bluff. Oh, it's this one too. Those support skills, huh? My amazing military tactics of using 3 of the same Digimon. Good thing I have anti-air artillery. There we go. The only downside about this is, since this is that whole, you know, multiple choice map, we don't have that Roulette Mamemon, or whatever his name was, handy to return us when we choose the wrong direction. So we actually have to go all the way down, take the teleporter back up, and do it again. Desperado Blaster! Hit him with rocks. Oh, handy. And cut him in two. Here's our level for Pit. So, hold on.
ハック開始だ。
I was trying to look at something, thank you. In fact, considering all the back and forth we need to be doing, there we go. Okay, so left and middle we'll have to do the second time. I don't want to have to go through this again, Beelzemon, thank you. Okay, so that should be the rest of them. There we go. Now, we could have gone right and just gone straight to the boss, but I think we're going to fight both these people. Bugs! Also give me a chance to heal up at the entrance, then have one more fight than the boss fight. So that seems fine to me. Put this back on. I only want to do one other fight before the boss, so... let's make sure that's what we're doing. It's cutting edge fashion of wearing flannel.
行こう。
Sure. There we go. Thank you. I like this shirt. I still want the rock, paper, scissors skeleton shirt, but this one isn't bad either. Hello. Oh. Yes. I don't think my glasses conceal an indomitable passion. Ow. Rude. I think that would be a counter skill if oh no, he sauced it up. Despite the fact that he's supposed to be able to not have any buffs up. Ow. Don't you do it. Stop it. Actually, that might work in our favor. Because keep in mind, now he's lost his intelligence down from using his special. Which means... Fire the laser again! So that technically worked in our favor. Should we know that that form of Lucemon is usually recommended that you pair him with a Digimon that can block debuffs, so he can just keep spamming it without having to lose stuff. That sounds like me. Don't call me out like that, Beelzemon. Beelzemon, the most tsundere of Digimon. First things first, I think everyone's in need of some healing after that. Now we can turn it in. I think we could probably take 1 or 2 more missions and then we'll be done for today. And since we've been doing with a bunch of haunted stuff this stream, let's do some phantom cyber ghosts. Spooky. It's like a body? That is a benefit of the internet, I will definitely say. It allows people to be a lot closer, despite distance. Do like that. I can talk with people like I had a friend I played D&D with very regularly who lives out in New Zealand. My sister has a friend who lives in Australia. I've done gaming with someone off in the Philippines, or, you know. You know, it's not like, you know, people hijack accounts and use them for bad stuff at all. Oh, that never happens. I don't need that creepy whispering in the background, thank you. Yeah, well, obviously, yeah, so... Oh, hey. A hijacked account? Strange. Ah, she's in invulnerability frames. She took a hit from enemies, so she's flickering for a while. She can't be damaged during this time. Towards level 1. Okay, yeah, that's who we are. We do stay here. Everything here is going to be super low level, and I don't want to bother with it, so... Oh, hold on. I have to get to an area that actually has encounters first before I can turn off encounters. There we go. Now off we go. You know, after I get stuck on the wall there. Kowloon Ford. Man, that's a jump. Fortunately. If anyone's able to get around these areas quickly, it's us. Now let's make sure it's Kowloon level 4, not under Kowloon level 4. She said Kowloon. Okay, good. Never hurts to double check. Just so you don't go like running through all of an area. What's more? Oh, hold on. Huh, okay. Acceleration was still on, despite the fact that it completely changed maps. I guess I haven't really bothered figuring out what transitions make things disappear. I know going into the Digilab gets rid of both acceleration and the security. But moving there just got rid of the security. I guess it's whenever you transition to an area that can't have it, it turns it off, would be my assumption. Digilab you can't have either. Because, yeah, I mean, you don't do any hacking stuff in there. But when you transition to a starting area of a level, you can't have encounters there, so the encounter thing would turn off, but not the speed increase. Seems like a decent enough theory. And would make sense. Probably programmed just to turn it off in those situations, just to keep it from being confusing. I believe it. Oh hey, Puppetmon! Hello, Puppetmon. Ow. How dare. You stop that. Ow. See what you did? Stupid dog, you made me look bad. Ooga booga booga. And take 2. Removed. Strings cut, I guess? The proper term there. Wasn't funny. No. Just leaving it there. Here, you deal with it. Well, that was relatively quick. I think we can do one more. Crying at the aquarium. And a monster in a fossil painting. That's not what's making everyone cry. Why are people getting sad at the aquarium? Our announcements are making people sad. Shiny. The dolphin show, it's starting soon. Everyone here really loves the dolphin show. Makes them very emotional. Here's an effect we haven't seen in a long time. Is this the music that's playing in the background? Making everyone cry? It is weird, we're not affected at all by it. I mean, there's not a lot of places to look. Yeah, that's an effect we haven't seen in a while, and it's usually one, well, it would be one we can't interact with because we can't do a cyber dive, digital jump, whatever it was called. But instead, just hi. I'm tone deaf, haha! You lose. Get back here! Oh, please, Yaman. You here? So this is one of the things I actually could have digivolved Michigan into. Might have fit with this with the swimming theme, but or I decided to go a different route. Especially since considering what I was thinking about our final lineups, I want to use Lilymon. Mimi, and she's already a data type and healing, so I'm going to be messing around with the roster at some point. Oh no. I don't have a girlfriend, so make everyone who has one sad. There we go. Much better. And we're back. Wow. It's a bit vengeful there, buddy. This is the spot where I have a picture of my girlfriend. If I had one! Thanks, Timmy's dad. Digimon folk dancers, you say? Alright, now, you know what? We'll knock out these side quests. That way, next time, we can continue the main quests. So let's look into this, monster in a painting? Now this area hopefully doesn't have a bunch of the black stuff that was blocking areas, because how we got around with that in the first game was by, again, diving. And we can't do that here on this mode because, you know, we don't have a cyber body, so we can't jump from terminal to terminal. As you can't even see the I don't think we can interact with these terminals at all. Is everyone healed up? No, we should do that first. We do have some black stuff there, but that just leads to the you know, the final areas, you know, those hand areas that look cool, the train hands. So that shouldn't be a big deal. So that does mean that this area is basically just, you know, 2 spots. Ooh. Ah. Hmm. Aha. I like how they're just chilling out on the exhibits. There goes one. And 2. And 2. There we go. Okay, I guess because, you know, we're blowing through because these are just 3 stars and our Digimon are way tougher than I think they need to be for these. Not that I'm complaining. Let's just get through the fight parts really quick and clear these out. Ouch! I'm Skullgreymon. Ouch. We just started making ourselves at home. Ouch. I like bones. I mean, living exhibits would be kind of cool. I mean, seriously, like... It's like animatronics, except you don't even have to have animatronics. There you go, and they can help repair things. Look at that. Win-win for everyone involved. And there you go. That's all the side quests done. There we go. Well, that wraps up basically what I was going to do. There is one last thing. As I mentioned, I have Michigan prepped for Digivolution. And with him and Elvis getting beaten around, I think it's about time to show that. So, it's interesting that we fought a Puppetmon, because there are 4 Digimon that people may remember from the first Digimon series. Puppetmon, Machine Dramon, Piedmon, and Metal Seedramon here. They were the 4... Shoot. Dark Masters. I was gonna say Robot Masters, because, you know, Digimon, they're robot. No, they're mechanical, electronic stuff, but no. The Dark Masters. And an interesting trait about them is all of them can digivolve into this. Now, Michigan is the size of Michigan. Now, this is, what's his name? This is, Apoclymon. Which means now we can, there's Mimi. There's Michigan. And... there. That'll work. Because you already have her on Heal, Aura, and Reviving. And, there. A backup revive. Hi, Michigan. How you doing? Do we have any, brave points? Yeah, let's give him a, let's give him a couple levels. There we go. And he's typeless, so that should be fun. And of course he's a very intelligence focused, so that works. How's it look with his goggles on? I like... It's really hard to see the... Where's... Oh, never mind. I like that. Look at that. The goggles are on the orb. I love that. Look at that cool orb. Or D12? What are you? Whatever this is. I really like when they put the goggles on this thing. Alright. Alright. There we go. Our chosen Digimon from the first game, our chosen Digimon from the second game, and our friend who's helped us along the way, and a good backline of other assistants. Let me just actually... Valky, you've been nice, but you really have not been. So we'll bring back some some old standbys to really have ourselves a nice background lineup. There. That looks like a good roster. There we go. Now, for the big question. Is seeing if anyone else is up and... Close this and see if anyone is up and streaming for us to potentially raid. See who we got. If anyone. Oh, Dirge is over playing Destiny 2, so we will go ahead and we'll go raid him. See how he's doing. But before we go, let me see here. Good wrap up. Actually, as I set this up, let me... pop that up. Get him, get that turned off. We will put this music on for a little bit while I set this up. There we go. So let's get him up on so you guys can see his antics. But yeah, no, so just as a quick refresher, we'll obviously be continuing this Digimon next Saturday. Tomorrow is going to be the new game, so if you guys want to check that out, feel free to swing by. It is, it should be in line with a lot of stuff I've done so far, so if you have, you know, I guess some hints, it is seems to be a tactics slash, RPG style game, which are, mostly what I've been playing. It involves robots, which I also enjoy. And it has some cute stuff, so cute in a sense. If any of that catches your fancy, definitely swing by and check that out. Otherwise, I'll see you guys next time I see ya. For now, let's go say hi. We're gonna go raid Dirge in Destiny 2 and see how he's doing. Give him some love and yeah. Oop, wrong button. There we go. So let's get this right going.
Let me change my gun to the right one now.
And there we go.
Such a potato.
Off we go. And yeah, as I keep saying, have a good day, have a good weekend, and see you next time I see you guys. Take care.